Okay, good morning. It's 9 o'clock. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. First thing on our agenda are minutes. Gentlemen, do we have any additions, corrections?
I have none.
Okay.
I move to approve the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners for Montezuma County for October 31st, 2023 as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, October 31st, 2023. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, planning. Looks like we have a 9 o'clock public hearing, and do we have everybody involved in the room? Come on down, sir. All right. Kim, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver.
Here.
Administrator Anderson.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination regarding a proposed high-impact permit application submitted by Raptor Self-Storage LLC on property located at 26304, lost my place, Road L, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 3.43 acres more or less, located south of Road L, east of Road 26, situated in Section 24, Township 36 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, November 14th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 26th day of October 2023, Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023.
All right, thank you, Kim. Okay, Don, would you like to give us an overview?
Sure. Raptor is applying for a high-impact permit, even though their property is zoned heavy industrial. It still does not connect to a highway directly. It's not on highway frontage. So in order to exceed the 12% structure capacity on the parcel, they would like to request that high impact permit in order to add more storage units and exceed that 12% capacity threshold. And they're looking at not doing it all at one time, but in phases, and I believe they have the like the next 3 years projected listed on there, and they would like to cover all those, that capacity at this time, rather than coming back every year. And it all is based on demand. If the demand doesn't continue, then they may not reach that threshold in the next 3 years, but they would like that covered in this permit.
Okay. All right, would you like to add anything, sir?
Sir, thanks commissioners for seeing us and taking the time to review our permit. We just wanted to address it was unanimously recommended last time for approval with one comment about landscaping. And with that brought up, we just wanted everyone to know that we have set up our facility to be like minimal impact. So we are off grid with solar, and we also don't have any water utilities. And we would really like to keep it that way. Just we know that water is a precious resource. So we believe we've done a very purposeful build, trying to keep it the best looking heavy industrial facility around. We've got general like routine landscaping and maintenance to keep it looking good, keep our weed control down, And we believe that just the way we lay out the buildings and the color choice, we only get the brand new, they're like new one tripper containers. We really go to a lot of effort to try and make it look good. So we hope we can keep operating like minimal impact if it meets the intent and we look like good stewards to the county. So just want to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I don't have any.
This stuff.
Not at this time, no.
All right. Well, then, at this point in time, I will open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you may address the board. Okay, seeing no public comment, I'll close the public comment session of this application, and I will bring it back to the commissioners for any question.
No, not at this time. I don't have anything.
Oh, actually, I think your project out there looks very nice, actually. It's containers and everything look nice, and I think looks like you've done a pretty good job.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So Commissioners, just real quick, the criteria for the high impact permit that's found in section 2202.8 of the land use code, you have to find that the proposed use is in conformity with the code, that the proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, and that public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support the uses consistent with the impact permit. And then if the applicant fails to meet the criteria, then you can approve the permit with conditions or deny it. And then obviously the permit is contingent on you remaining compliant with the terms and conditions of the permit.
Planning Zoning Commission, when they find?
They were unanimous to recommend it for approval. The only condition was either some type of fence screening or landscaping. But
And Don, just for the record at this point, do you see any significant adverse impacts to neighboring properties?
no, not at all. The containers are elevated, so screening the fence would not really screen the visual effect, but I mean, it's nice, neat rows. They're all the same. So I don't see any issues at all.
I think we had some information about the utilities, but that's no issue either, correct?
Right, there's no requirement for utilities for the function of the storage
Right.
units.
They're using no utilities
Yep.
at this point in
Right.
time.
Yep.
They do have, go ahead.
We installed a solar system that powers the gate and the routers, so our customers can, book online and the gate will open for them when they show up.
Great. And this is just good stuff to get on the record.
Sure.
So there's no question.
Yeah, and I would also agree with Commissioner Copenhagen I drive by it every day. It does look neat and clean. I don't have anything else, gentlemen,
No.
so
I don't.
what's your pleasure?
I would so move we approve the proposed high-impact permit application submitted by Raptor Self-Storage LLC on property located at 26304 County Road L, Cortez.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed high-impact permit application submitted by Raptor Self-Storage LLC on property located at 2604 Road L, Cortez, Colorado. Any further discussion?
I don't
All those in favor?
Aye.
have. Aye.
Aye. Okay, sir, you are approved.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I will close this public hearing. Okay, the next one, we have another one at 9:10. Don, do we have the applicants in the room?
Yes, we do. Dieter Erdmann is here for Ramble Outdoors LLC.
Okay, well, my clock says 9:10. Would you call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey.
Here.
Commissioner Copenhagen.
Here.
Administrator Anderson.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination regarding a proposed high-impact special use permit application submitted by Ramble Outdoors Incorporated, agent for Benny and Sondra Cordova, on property located at to be determined Road 31, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 9.05 acres more or less, and Conrad and Eva Hover on property located at 29485 Road M, consisting of 24.12 acres more or less, both located north of Road M, west of Road 31, situated in Section 9, Township 36 North, Range 15 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held in, I keep losing my place, I apologize. Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, at 9:10 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 26th day of October 2023, Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023.
All right, thank you, Kim.
So, Commissioners, on this one, before we hear from the applicant and get an overview from Don, I think it would be beneficial if you guys got an overview of the law so we can hear from Don and the applicant and any public commenters information that's going to be specifically relevant to this request for the high impact permit and special use permit.
Okay.
So, looking first at the special use permit, I think that there's a couple things to keep in mind for this commission, and then any commenters out there that wish to comment on this. The purpose of a special use permit, as set forth in the Land Use Code, Section 3102, is to allow sufficient flexibility for special uses that may include any of the following uses listed below, which I'll talk about in a second. And then it goes on to talk about these uses have potentially greater impact than uses by right, or are of unusual circumstance such that such use can be accommodated without the possible long-term detrimental effects that a change to commercial or industrial zoning would entail. So that really was the purpose and the objective of the special use permit provisions. Then you've got a long list of special uses that the code lays out, and the code says that such special uses shall include the following or similar uses. It lays out a series of uses that are related to utility type activities, water systems, sewage systems, agribusiness, public or private utility facilities, oil, gas, or CO2 drilling, pipelines, power lines, so on and so forth, gravel crushing operations. What's going to be especially relevant for today's hearing are Section 13 and 14 of Section 30, or paragraph 13 and 14 of Section 3102B in the Land Use Code. 13 says that special use permits are allowable for special events, including but not limited to outdoor music concerts, motorcycle rallies, off-road vehicle events, or similar events. There, the code seems to be referring to one-time uses, a permit for a motorcycle rally. Then you've got Section 14 that outlines a retreat or a guest ranch. And so, as you evaluate this application today, one thing that I would advise this board to look at is this campground that's being applied for synonymous or similar to a retreat or a guest ranch? And some things you might look at with a retreat or a guest ranch, it provides overnight lodging. It provides, it's a lodging facility in some sense, as opposed to an event type of thing, like a motorcycle rally or something like that. So that's certainly something to pay attention to. The last thing that you need to consider today in terms of the special use permit, and I think it's very relevant, I think it's going to be very relevant to today's hearing, and so I would encourage commenters and the applicant to hone in on this. Section 3102, subsection A of the Land Use Code says that special uses shall not create any danger to safety in surrounding areas, cause water pollution, create excessive noise, vibration, smoke, dust, odors, heat, glare, or snow storage problems, aggravate any existing wildlife hazard or create a wildlife hazard, and aggravate or an existing flood hazard. I don't think that that's going to be especially relevant, or a geologic hazard. I don't think that we're looking at that today. But I think that the key point here is going to be, in order to approve this special use, you have to find that doesn't create any danger to the safety of the surrounding areas. And so that's an overview for the special use permit portion of this application. The high impact permit we just talked about in the last public hearing, but I'm just going to outline it again. The high impact permits are something that are necessary for somebody to exceed threshold standards on a piece of property. And in order to grant a high impact permit, you have to find that the proposed use is in conformity with the code, that the proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, that public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning, that if the applicant fails to meet that burden, you can put conditions on it, and then obviously the high impact permit is contingent on continued compliance with the code. That's found in section 2202.8 of the land use code. That's the findings of fact and decision criteria for the high impact permit. So from that,
I don't know where it's coming from.
so all our mics are operating. Can everybody out here hear us? I know we've got this funny buzz, but. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, if everybody can hear us okay out there, and is it still coming through on the live stream online? I just want to be sure we have a good record. Okay. I think we can move forward if everybody can hear us, and then we'll adjust this buzzing in the audience. Something's funky.
Okay. Well then, at this point in time, if they can hear us, we'll go ahead and John, go ahead and give us your overview.
You know, it may be smart to just pause this thing for a second and get this addressed. I just don't want any problem with the record.
Oh.
Do your mics work?
Yes, ma'am.
Test.
A little quiet, but
Yeah, I think these are okay. Sound good? All right, try it again. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead. All right, we're gonna try it. Give it another shot. So with that done, stepping into the overview, I'll give him a chance to get back to his seat. Okay,
All right, I'm back.
you're back. Go ahead and give us the overview.
So you've seen this application before. It's for basically an off-grid, low-impact campground. Basically only have solar pedestals at each site. It is adjacent to the BLM property where they have built the new parking lot to access Phil's World. So the entrance comes there off of 31. The traffic option on this, they're expecting around at maximum capacity like 60 to 70 vehicle round trips. They have worked with not only Road and Bridge but the Fire Protection District. On Road and Bridge, I can let Dieter here expound on that. They have put a mitigation plan into effect on the county road system there for access in and out of the campground. They've also been in contact with BLM as far as an emergency escape route should the northeastern part of the campground campers be trapped in there from wildfire that comes from the west. There's no flood issues. The draw's down below the campground. They have two-way access on two main roads. The rest of it's one-way. Basically, this will be operated, I believe, April to October, thereabouts, weather dependent, obviously. Be 24 hours a day. They will have a camp host on site. So their high impact permit obviously covers the traffic issue. The special use permit is for the camping retreat for access out of the campground onto 31 up to Phil's World to access the bike trails in that system.
Okay,
That's basically it.
all right, thank you, Don. All right, sir, I will go ahead and give you the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to come before you again and present this proposal. Last time that we presented the proposal, I did give an overview, visual overview of the campground and the improvements to give you a feel for that. You may remember that. I'm happy to do that again if that would be productive. But what we are indeed proposing here is a campground as opposed to an RV park. And the clientele that we will be seeking to attract as our customers are going to be tent campers, car campers, van campers, pop-ups. We will not have full hookups for recreational vehicles at the site. We are required by Colorado law to have a RV dump station and a fill station, which will be available on site. We have been, I think, very attentive to some of the details that this property in particular presents in terms of a large pull-off area off of the county road to allow traffic to exit and enter pretty quickly to limit congestion in that area. We've We're introducing a lot of fire control techniques within the campground, including, of course, we're going to comply with all county burn bans and limitations, and that's part of what the campground host responsibilities will be, is to help enforce those. We're talking, again, 25 sites, so fairly small. If you looked at a comparable, for example, RV park in this area, you would probably have 4 times the number of sites on the property could potentially accommodate that. And we're intentionally trying to keep this low density. That is part of our business plan, and part of that value that we're offering to our customers is to have little space. And so in terms of fire protection, we have met multiple times with Cortez Fire on the property to talk about fire mitigation, to talk about practices, to talk about emergency procedures for the campground, including everything from fire extinguishers at each site. We're going to be using highly efficient wood-burning stoves that reduce the sparking that comes from your typical campfire. We are also going to be implementing fire mitigation measures in the campsite itself in terms of thinning, removing ladder fuels, trimming juniper trees to shoulder height, clearing areas within a certain distance from all campfires or sources of ignition. We are going to do a water line extension to the site, so we're going to have water available on the property. As Don indicated, we are in conversations with the Bureau of Land Management about getting access across BLM property to the parking zone, to the trailhead, which is about 1/3 of an acre graveled lot, as an emergency escape in the event that there was a fire that came from off the property and burned. The typical wind direction is going to be northeast, and then we've also tried to manage traffic flow such that a lot of as much of the traffic as we can in the campground is going to be one way, and that traffic exiting the campground will always have right of way over traffic entering the campground. In addition, we're complying with dark sky compliant procedures, trying to limit lighting as much as possible. The majority of the campground is not even going to be visible from the county road. The campground is set back away from that. Critter-proof trash cans, receptacles, all best practices in that way. In terms of emergency procedures, we're going to be meeting with Bureau of Land Management and Cortez Fire each year. We've got a comprehensive wildfire mitigation plan that's being prepared by a forester, certified forester. That's both a treatment plan as well as a emergency response plan. So that's going to dictate annual meetings with the Bureau of Land Management, Cortez Fire, to ensure that our campground host understands who makes the call on evacuation procedures and how those would run in the event that there is a wildfire that comes onto the property from elsewhere. And like I said, we're doing, I think we're going to extensive measures to try to mitigate the potential that there is a fire that could ignite on the property and go onto adjacent public lands or other private lands. I'd add in this situation that the campground will be located on property that is on portions of a property that is zoned as agricultural. And we're leasing this property from the underlying private landowners. I think those landowners would agree that the opportunity to generate revenue from their agricultural lands that may be non-traditional on a portion of the property that is not particularly agriculturally productive is important to them in terms of their ability to continue to hold on to this property and operate it as an agricultural piece of land, as opposed to being forced to sell off portions or pursue other measures that may impact the long-term agricultural viability of the property. Just add that as an economic note, that again, what we're doing here really is intended to be a temporary use, long-term, but a temporary use. Special use permit obviously can be revoked if we're not in compliance with the terms. The way that we're designing the campground itself is that the improvements that we construct there will be easily removable. And when we leave, ideally what we leave behind is a septic system and a water main and some gravel roads, which I think would be kind of consistent with perhaps certainly the residential piece of property there as well. So all those improvements will be made to the residentially zoned property.
And so, Commissioners, before we move along, I just want to make one comment. The representatives from Ramble Campground indicated that there was that overview that was provided at the last hearing. That should not be considered in today's hearing. This is a fresh hearing. And so if that's something that you feel is advantageous to present again, you can certainly do that. You know, I would comment that there's a pretty good overview of the campground in the commissioners' packets, which are part of the record, which you guys have had an opportunity to review. So, you know, I'll leave that at the discretion of Ramble and the commission, but what happened last hearing shouldn't weigh on how you rule today. That's a comment I would have. And then I've got a couple questions as well, but I'll let the commissioners ask first, if you guys have any.
So, question, commissioners.
I think that he's pretty well covered the overview. I think we should proceed.
I guess the last thing I would add, and it is in the packet, but we've been working with Road and Bridge to develop a traffic mitigation plan in order to accommodate the increased traffic on the county road system. The access to 29 off of the highway does have turn lanes already. 29 is a traveled route, and I think probably what we're looking at is the local impacts between 29 and 31 primarily. We've talked about signage with Road and Bridge. Road and Bridge Director isn't here today, but he was effusive in his support of the fact that the county road system can support this use safely. But we did propose some mitigation measures in addition to some of the signage that exists out there, including potentially centerline striping on M and 31 if Road and Bridge and the county sheriff deem that's necessary after a season or two of operation if there are issues out there. That's a cost-sharing measure in above the impact fee that we'll be paying for the county road and bridge system to support the use. In addition to all of that, about over 90% of our customers book in advance of staying at our campgrounds. That means we have the ability to communicate to them prior to them entering our campground that they are driving through a community with speed limits, and we can impress upon them the importance of obeying the speed limits and being a good neighbor in these situations. We have that ability. So this isn't, I don't think, drawing a lot of people that we don't have the ability to contact beforehand.
I did notice all of the additional signage that you've been working with Road and Bridge coming both directions, which is great. That actually does, along with the signage that exists for the parking lot. So I think that's a very good added addition to this, just to let people know that that campground exists along with that parking lot because of its location. So with that, commissioners, if you don't have any questions.
I've got a quick question, Commissioner. So as I look at the map here, you know, this area appears to be fairly rural. And what kind of residential structures are we talking about at or near the campground? Because, I mean, just looking on the map and the overview, this looks like it's kind of off on its own.
There are not any residential structures adjacent to this or that adjoin it. If you go, there is a small subdivision on the north side of the BLM property, and then the Hovers 3 of their family members live to the southwest, but it's across the draw. So there is not any residences by this proposed permitted area.
Do we have any idea what's the closest residence to a campsite that we have? I mean, it sounds like some of the residences are protected by a draw.
I'd say, just guessing, probably half mile.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say that's pretty close.
I didn't measure it, but it's not close at all.
This
And-
parking lot is
Yeah.
pretty much, if you've ever been there, a road out there, that parking lot's kind of in the middle of,
Yep.
it just,
And so I think that
Middle of
and
nowhere.
the reason I asked that question, I think that that's critical for the commission to consider when you guys are determining whether danger is posed to adjacent properties or to nearby residents. I think you have to consider the character of this area. And I would encourage commenters to comment on this as well, because this is important for the record. The only other question that I would have at this point, obviously at a campground, you've got smoke and noise and potential for those things. Can you talk about what you expect in that regard, and then what you guys have done to mitigate those things?
Sure. So, by nature, what we're looking to run here is a quiet campground, right? And I would compare the campground that we're designing and that we have experience operating as being very close to a public lands campground, like in a state park or even national forest, national park. Those are typically fairly quiet places. We are instituting quiet hours, so I believe that it's after 10 at night and before 7 in the morning. There'll be quiet hours, and our camp hosts will be able to enforce those. There will be no ATV usage permitted in the campground, except for our own utility vehicles, which are actually electric, and no generators will be permitted at the campsites either. So that kind of maybe what you'd consider typical noise will all be prohibited at the campground. In terms of smoke, dust, those kind of things, we are going to be having gravel roads in the property which have the potential to be dusty. But our speed limit's going to be 10 miles an hour through the campground, both for camper safety and to reduce dust. If we have issues with dust, of course, we can always, add magnesium chloride or something, another dust suppressant to treat that. But that's noise, dust, smoke, those are all things that are going to be part of our customer experience, right? So folks are going there to expect a quiet experience, and so we're going to want to minimize for our own business practices those kind of nuisances. In terms of smoke, we are using a brand of stoves called Solo Stove, and Solo Stove is basically a secondary combustion stove that uses additional airflow to more cleanly burn firewood that is being burned on the site. That reduces the smoke significantly, as well as I mentioned before, reduces the amount of thrown sparks, popping, those kind of things that happen. So, so those are our primary mitigation measures for those concerns.
Thanks.
okay, thank you. All right. No questions? All right, then I'm going to open this up for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments, and you may address the board. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. If we have over 30 minutes of comments, I will reduce it to 2. So at this time, the public comment for this application is open.
Good morning. Start my time, please. A couple things. I want to remind everybody here that the land use code is designed to protect everyone, not just the applicant. You seem like the applicant seems like a very nice person, I would say, and I'm a camper. I love camping. Got couple things other than this, though. High impact, according to the lawyer up here, is used when the threshold standards of the way it is zoned right now are being exceeded. It is zoned agricultural residential. And so I wrote a couple things, and the title is Stop Inventing Workarounds of Our Land Use Code. Why do we have a land use code if our leaders won't follow it? This summer at the August 8th BOCC meeting, Commissioners Lindsay and Copenhaver openly pondered that question, and both declared that they have been approving projects that should never have been approved because they aren't in compliance with the code. Residents can still see that meeting on YouTube. I ask, if it's wrong, and that was known, why did it happen? It does not seem wise to unnecessarily risk putting the county into a situation where we might needlessly get sued because we will likely lose that fight and will cost us all greatly. One particularly egregiously out of compliance development on Road J that was approved by the commissioners is now being used as an excuse by one of the commissioners to vote on lots of out of compliance projects. This has got to stop. Projects being, the two of them being heard today, recently bypassed the land use code and were cleared by the Planning and Zoning Commission by improperly using high impact permits or special use permits as workarounds of the code. Both projects are obviously commercial in nature because the principal use will be for running a business. Because they are zoned ag residential, commercial use is not allowed. To be in compliance, they would need to be zoned commercial or industrial, and some properties are just not suitable for that change. I've owned businesses in Montezuma County for almost 25 years, and I can tell you that it's cost me a lot to stay in compliance because I had to rent a big building in Cortez and pay some huge property taxes. I never thought about trying to circumvent the land use code and go out into the county and put a project like that out there. So I would ask that we ask our leaders to please protect us all. Some projects are not suitable for businesses. To put a business out into a residential area, I know there's not a lot of nearby houses, you will start a domino effect. There will be more. And that's why we have to be super cautious about setting these precedents. There's going to be another hearing today, and if both these pass, kiss the land use code goodbye. It's because it's not going to protect anybody. Thank you. I'm sorry, Dave Dove, 7823 Road 25 in Cortez. I'm not near either of these, but I am for following the land use code.
And so I would just make one quick comment that I think would be advantageous for everybody who plans on public comment today to think about. What we're considering here is an application that stands alone in and of itself. And so what's going to be most relevant for this body to hear is information about that application. Now, certainly anybody can comment on anything, and Mr. Dove just commented on some things, and that is what it is, and that's a right, and certainly we appreciate that. But what's going to be most relevant today is things that are directly related to the application that this board's considering and specific facts that pertain to the land use code provisions that I've outlined. So that's just a comment I would make for everybody to consider as they come up in public comment. You can comment on whatever you want, but what's going to be most pertinent is information to these specific applications that are in front of us today.
Okay, next. Okay, seeing no further comment, I will close the public comment session of this meeting. And I will bring it back to the commissioners. Or would you like to say anything in rebuttal? You do have that opportunity.
I believe that our application that we've submitted is in compliance with the word of the code, essentially. The special use permit, the high impact use permit process appears to be designed to allow for developments like this that we feel are consistent with the surrounding land uses to be approved in the event that the impacts that they present can be mitigated. And so I think we've have done and will continue to strive to mitigate the impacts that we have in the community while being a good neighbor.
And so, commissioners, before you start your discussion, I mean, I don't want to continue to beat a dead horse, but again, I think it's important to hone in on, is this use similar to a retreat or a guest ranch? And if it is, why? And then, does this use create danger to surrounding areas? Why or why not? Those are two things that are critical today as you weigh this application. And I think that as you make your motions, I think it's important to have a good record of those two things.
Okay. Actually, I forgot I did not go online, so I apologize for that. But I did not see a raised hand for public comment online. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did. So we'll continue.
And we have received some comments in the mail. Am I correct, Kim?
So the ones that I have received are not for this
Okay.
particular hearing.
So they're for a different application. Okay. All right. Well, then
We have
we've
not
gotten-
received any emails or correspondence regarding this application. And just to clarify, the high impact permit basically addresses traffic, which is going to be generated by their business model. But if BLM wasn't a federal entity for their parking lot, their impact is more than anything else in that area as far as traffic, dust, congestion, people. But that's out of our purview. That's not something we permit or control. So as far as, impact in the area, this is actually less than what that parking lot is, as far as the operation. And the high impact permit covers that.
for the traffic. So,
And
all right, gentlemen, back to us.
What P and Z have to say?
they recommended it for approval 2-1, and they did not have any conditions with the mitigation measures that Ramble has taken and provided to be taken.
So I think, Ian, you brought up a point here that I'm gonna talk about a little bit. Whether does it comply with paragraph 14 as a retreat or a guest ranch? So you look up the definition, and it's contrary to a regular vacation, simply a time off from a daily routine. To allow deeper physical and emotional withdrawal from the stresses and strains of everyday life. So, I look at that definition, and it definitely would comply with that. We had this, as far as the traffic, for the threshold standards, I think with everything that you put in our packet and the additional signage and what you've done with the potential of additional dust mitigation, I think that also the mitigation factors have been met in that regards. And as a special use, what your statement was, the flexibility to uses following or similar. So that's really all I have to say. Gentlemen?
Well, I think you can definitely form a coalition between this type of development and a guest ranch. Basically, they're spending the night there.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually guests at this facility, and they're providing some services to them with the water and showers and that situation. I think you can definitely form a correlation that this could fit into that definition of a guest ranch, in my mind. I mean, this type of facility, you almost need to locate someplace close to what they're gonna use it for, which is next to the bicycle area. And that's what most of their guests will be doing, I'm sure. And, I mean, to me, I can see that under the land use code, where it has that definition that a guest ranch is okay under this special use permit, I think that would qualify.
I agree. Most of the hazard mitigations have been met, traffic's been met. Do we have any non-opposition letters from landowners?
We have not received any.
I mean,
And Kim just said that she
packets
has
went out to
nothing.
14 different landowners. So,
Probably.
and none of them have spoken here today, so.
And-
I can't see any blockades.
And so, Commissioner, just to paraphrase what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but what you're saying is you're equating this to a guest ranch partially because of the overnight lodging that's being offered and the shower facilities and those sorts of things. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess the second piece that you guys have to analyze today before you make a motion is danger to surrounding areas. And I'm curious, well, I'll let you guys speak on that. I mean, there was testimony that we did have a fairly rural area without a lot of residences around. I mean, I think that's something to consider, but that's for you guys to determine what the danger to surrounding areas
I
is.
believe the biggest danger to surrounding areas, obviously, in the Juniper's and Pinions where this exists, would be fire. Dealing with the CPFD, and picking up all of the ladder fuels along with a regular scheduled maintenance program with them, there again, the mitigation factors have been taken care of, probably more so than a lot of places. So, can fire break out anywhere at any given time? Absolutely, we're never gonna stop that. But I think when you mitigate it, which is the conversation that we have around the state all the time, if the mitigation factors have been met, you reduce your risk significantly. So I think that the danger to the surrounding area has been reduced and mitigated in a manner that is appropriate.
And with the BLM being a neighbor, they have access to resources that some local fire departments don't have, so.
And I would just also note for the record, we did have evidence presented that there are not very few residences adjacent to this, and they are across a draw, and then there's quite a bit of open space around this entire area.
So, I think we've demonstrated all of our uses as what the special use permit and the high impact permit, with the standards that it has. So, gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
I'll do it. I move we approve this proposed high-impact special use permit application submitted by Ramble Outdoors, agent for Benny and Sondra Cordova, and Conrad and Eva Hover on property located at 29485 Road M and to be determined on Road 31, consisting of 9.05 on the Cordova property and 24.12 on the Hoover property.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept a proposed high-impact permit, special use permit application submitted by Ramble Outdoors Incorporated, agent for Benny and Sondra Cordova on property located at TBD Road 31, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 9.05 acres, more or less, and Conrad and Eva Hover on property located at 29485 Road M, consisting of 24.12 acres, more or less. Any further discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, sir, you are approved.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful consideration of our proposal.
And I will close this public hearing. All right.
Did you bring your sign? No, I didn't, but I can get it today.
Okay, we are past 9:20, so we are okay to start the next public hearing. Mr. Ellis Lewis, are you in the room?
He's here somewhere.
He's over on
I don't see him.
Mr. Lewis?
Come on down, sir. Okay. Would you call the roll, please, Kim?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver.
Here.
Administrator Anderson.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination regarding a proposed four-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Ellis Lewis on property located at 14171 Road 36.75, Mencos, Colorado, consisting of 39.66 acres, more or less, located south of and west of Highway 184, situated in Section 34, Township 37 North, Range 14 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, November 14th, 2023 at 9:20 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 30th day of October, 2023. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023.
All right, thank you, Kim. Okay, Don, you give us an overview.
Sure. Mr. Lewis is proposing a four-lot subdivision on his property just east and part of Summit Lake. He currently has 4 residences on the property. The proposed lot 1 is on the north, and it would contain the 2 existing cabins. Lot 2 would be there in the middle and has 1 existing cabin there. Lot 3 would be there on the east, the northeast part. That is Mr. Lewis's residence. And then Lot 4 would be the biggest lot, but most of it's in the Summit Lake, and right now does not currently have any residences on that property. All the existing infrastructure's in place for the existing residences. All the septic systems, leach fields are all permitted and compliant. Access comes off of Highway 184 onto County Road 37, and then it runs on Road P3, which is, from what we understand, the dedicated access easement to Mr. Lewis's property, P3 over to what is the north-south road 36.75. That 36.75 actually resides on Mr. Lewis's property completely. He is looking to dedicate that as a public right-of-way in the whole subdivision plat, if it's approved process. And
Okay.
zoning obviously would go along with this to rezone each lot from AR 35 plus. The smaller lots would be AR 3 to 9, and the 2 larger lots would be AR 10 to 34.
So I guess looking at this, what has changed since the last time this was in front of us? I mean,
And so,
I know what you're going to say, but I'm still looking
so
at
what happened last time at this point is irrelevant. This is a new application,
for a new subdivision.
completely new considerations, new public comments have been submitted.
Okay.
Don't consider what happened last time or what was proposed last time.
Are the boundaries the same?
No, they have changed between lot 2 and 4. I believe Previously, Lot 2 was 6 acres, now I believe it's 10, and that was taken out of the proposed Lot 4.
Okay, so the proposed lot 4 is 20 acres, but most of that's in the lake. How much is on the ground? That's basically the dotted line. What's usable?
The dotted line is the 50-foot setback from the high water level of Summit Reservoir. I have not measured what that configuration comes to. The structure there on the land on proposed Lot 4 is currently his tractor shed.
It's a what?
Tractor shed. There's a garage for equipment. And that is accessed off of Road 36.75 directly.
Don, have we received any comments from any agencies regarding this?
Yes, we have. As far as electricity, water, that is available. CDOT's response was that, well, it's there, that an access permit would be required. Mr. Lewis has submitted an access permit application, but it is incomplete per CDOT because it is missing the level 2 traffic assessment.
Okay,
What was planning and zoning's recommendation on this?
So planning and zoning recommended unanimously for approval with the conditions that no new additional residences be built on Lot 1 because it already has 2 and that's a maximum allowed per the land use code. No new residents on Lot 2 or Lot 3. And a plat note concerning Lot 4 that no new residences would be built without the approval of CDOT.
And can you explain planning and zoning's feeling that no new residences should be put on lots 2 and lot 3? What was the justification for those conditions?
So the access, Travis, if you could go up to the colored map, the location map, or maybe it's down, sorry, right there. So 37 is the county road. It comes into a cul-de-sac and then a couple of roads come off of that. So off of 37 leads down to roads P1, P2, and P3. Those are only 30-foot right-of-ways. That whole area looks like a subdivision, but it was created without going through the subdivision process. So none of the accesses are per the land use code now. But that's the only way is to get across the private roads to get over to Mr. Lewis's property. And deeming that there's already traffic issues, particularly trying to go 2 ways on the narrow roads, that adding more residences might impact those private roads and lead to more instances of traffic problems. The deed appears to cover road P.3 to Mr. Lewis's property. I don't know that they're precluded from using P2 or P1 to get there. But the other issue, Travis, if you can go back to the preliminary plat, on Lot 2, with the configuration and the high water level setback, to try and put a residence as well as a septic in there could pose to be difficult and may not even be possible. And then the Lot 3 is Mr. Lewis's residence. And that's basically the same thing, that the driveway runs straight to his house with the utility building there. Just that another residence there is impacting traffic more than anything. Lot 4, there's access from 36.75. There's a gate there. Again, it just refers back to what CDOT will and won't approve or allow with an access permit.
And this is my final question, so just to be clear, P1, P2, and P3, at this point, those are red roads on the county road map. The county does not make any claim to them, correct?
That is
Any
correct.
claim to what the width is, any claim to whether they're public roads, private roads, those are red roads on the map. And as far as we're concerned as a county, those are on the map, but we don't make any claim to them.
Right, and Rob even sent us an email that being private roads, he doesn't have any control, any say-so on their width, construction, how they were built, how they're being maintained. Additionally, from the information given to us by CDOT, we have notified the Board of Realtors that any new residences that are being requested to be built in that area, contact CDOT. And that's, up to them, not up to us, because they control that access point.
So commissioners, one comment I would make in that regard, and I think it's important for your analysis today. The county doesn't make any claim to those roads either way. And I'm not in a position where I'm comfortable offering a legal opinion as to what those roads are or aren't. They exist on the ground. It's been represented that they're 30-foot right-of-ways. And at this point, that's what it is. They provide access, obviously, to a lot of residences down there. But I don't think that the county's in a position where we can say one way or the other, whether they're private accesses, whether they're public accesses. I mean, I think it's conceivable that these roads could be public roads that have been acquired by prescription, but no ruling that I'm aware of from any court has declared these to be public roads acquired by prescription. So that's what these are at this point. These are red roads.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lewis, it is now your time to give you the opportunity to speak, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the fact that you're.
You will have to hold that as closely to your mouth as possible so that the rest of the audience can hear.
Okay, I'll speak into this. Okay. In the interest of full disclosure, there are people who are praying for a favorable result here. I have in my pocket.
Please speak into the mic, sir.
I have in my pocket the lucky shell from my newest neighbor, the delightful Allison Rennell. Also, I've contacted the Pacific Legal Foundation and the Institute for Justice, who, if you are familiar with those, I trust, they are advocates for abuse of public bodies violating the constitutional rights of their citizens, which is really pretty much on point here. For openers, I just want to give you these documents. This first one is my life before Don Haley came into it. And if you notice that there's appreciation from my neighbors. That second page is the certified mail that Mr. Haley provided to me in 2021. And I exposed that to my neighbors, and you'll find 28 of my neighbors have approved this application. Many of those people were on the other side of the fence 3 years ago.
Again, commissioners, in regards to this, I would just advise you that what happened in 2021 is fairly irrelevant. What we're dealing with is how things sit today.
This matter recently came before Planning and Zoning, and I must say I was encouraged because a few days before that, Mr. Haley, for the very first time, acknowledged the possibility that I had consulted with the previous planning director regarding those items that he decided were violations of the code. So, first of all, he changed the application. He changed my application to imply at least an admission that I was in violation of the land use code. I say to you today, I am not now in violation of the land use code. I have never been in violation of the land use
I don't
code.
think we're talking about a violation of the land use code. I think what's in front of us, as the attorney has said, this is for a 4-lot moderate subdivision, and the only thing that we have from P&Z are a few conditions. So really, I'm not sure where you're headed with this right now as far as violations of the land use code, but that's not what we're talking about.
Okay,
This is just for a 4-lot subdivision.
I was hopeful that it would not be necessary to rehash what I believe is illegal conduct by the folks here in this.
Mr. Lewis, let me just talk to you here. I mean, as Commissioner Candelaria said, what we're here today to do is to evaluate a 4-lot subdivision.
Exactly. Now,
Pursuant to, let me finish. Pursuant to the land use code. That's why we're here. And the criteria are outlined in the land use code. This is not to determine today whether you're in violation of the land use code. This is simply to determine whether or not this 4-lot subdivision that you've proposed fits the land use code. Now, I just looked at this piece of paper that you handed to the commissioners, and it's a little bit unclear to me whether or not that piece of paper is indicating that maybe you didn't want to submit this application as it currently has been submitted. I think it's important right now to clarify, is the application that you submitted an application that you want to submit? Because if it is, we'll consider it today, and if it's not, then you should withdraw it right now.
absolutely.
Okay.
That's what we're here for. And if you notice, not only did Mr. Haley alter my application, and the one that you see is different. You just notice those 2 pages in that portion that's in yellow. He added that because that would be an admission that I was in violation of the code. The only reason we're here is because Mr. Haley,
So I think what the attorney just said, if something was added after you put it in and it's not what you want, then you should withdraw it. So
on the
you
contrary.
just said that it was good to go, so
Okay,
you
what's-
allowed the addition.
What does it say? What does it say? Please
I-
read it
I
to
guess
us.
I'm just asking, is the application that we're looking at what you want to be presented for discussion today?
Because what's before you, he took that language out in response to my complaint.
I guess
So
I'm-
commissioners, I'm not exactly following this, but at this point in time, I want to be sure that the application that's in front of you is the application that Mr. Lewis wants to submit. It sounds like that's not the case. And so if, my advice to you would be, I mean, I think that you can continue this public hearing to a date certain and give Mr. Lewis an opportunity to amend or change the application however he wants to do it. Or if Mr. Lewis wants to represent right here and now that this is the application that he wants here, then that's what you should consider. But we shouldn't consider an application that the landowner does not agree with or doesn't want Mr. Lewis, you have an opportunity to present the application that you want, and so if this is not the application that you want, I think you need to let us know right now, and then we're gonna have to rehash this and figure this out.
Okay, you're missing the point here. The application that is before you is consistent with the application I originally filed. The very fact, and this comes to you from planning and zoning, so the conduct before planning and zoning is irrelevant. Now, in addition to that change that he made, so answer your question, yes, this is the application to approve.
So, Mr. Lewis, I'm gonna just ask you this right now. Is this the application that you want to present to the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners today? Yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. Did you not hear me?
Okay.
Okay. Now, let's talk about what happened at planning and zoning. In addition to the fact that he altered the application, he also cited the land use code, section 9103. And what he said before them, and it's in the record, he claimed that, he read the portion that says if your damage is over 50%, you're subject to Chapter 2. Period. The very next sentence states that if you have a single family dwelling that's destroyed, regardless of percentage, you have a right to reconstruct that home in its non-conforming configuration. And that's exactly what happened. So he misinformed planning and zoning in 3 ways. First of all, he altered the application. Secondly, he cherry-picked the land use code and never disclosed to them that there is a provision in the code to do what I did. Thirdly, he displayed on this screen right here the before and after images of where the house was placed. Now, there was only one place that house could go because, and be in compliance with the code, we had to get 20 feet distance from the existing septic tank. That required that we move the house slightly to the east, which was beneficial because the slope of the land goes to the east.
Mr. Lewis, with all due respect, we're not here to go over what planning and zoning did that night. We're here to look at your application. And I say that with all respect to you. We have a room full of people and a full day, sir. And we have to take these applications one at a time. You've got a unanimous approval for planning and zoning to go ahead, and we're willing to look at that. But we don't have the time, we're not afforded the time to go back and rehash everything that went on in planning and zoning.
I appreciate that.
Do you
So again-
wish us to continue, sir?
We have we have this brought to us,
A 4-lot moderate
planning-
subdivision.
planning and zoning with the approval, with the conditions, and then of lot 1, lot 2 and 3, lot 4, and then with the CDOT's approval.
Correct.
Okay, so
Can-
really, that's the,
Can we
You are-
agree that these proceedings are controlled by and subject to, first of all, the land use code, secondly, to the adopted laws of the state of Colorado, and thirdly, to the findings and rulings of the United States Supreme Court? I have here a copy of,
so do you not want this approved? I guess I'm confused.
Yeah.
This
Do
is,
you want us to
this
approve
is
this or not?
moving
So,
forward
Commissioners-
with an approval.
here's the problem.
I caution you here,
Yeah,
just
I know.
be sure we accept what we're given. I mean, I think it's important for Mr. Lewis to try to stay on point and
Yes,
present
indeed.
relevant information, but I think that, we also have a duty to
And
to
We
accept
do.
what he has.
I would encourage you to take a look at the law, Colorado law, adopted statutes
Okay, would you give that to me then?
relative to this.
Because he's our representative.
Now, what's happened here, false claims were made against me and presented before planning and zoning. the conditions that they now ask are just a regurgitation of the conditions that you placed on the approval of this subdivision, which in fact come right from Mr. Pope, who founded his decisions on the basis that there were violations. All of these this is before planning zoning because of the violations. Okay, putting these constraints on my property is a clear violation of state law, the land use code, and rulings of the United States Supreme Court. I urge you to approve this subdivision with no conditions, because the conditions, for example, that demand that there be language on my plat that requires that I go before CDOT. CDOT has no jurisdiction in this, never did. If you read their response here, they were very careful in their response. They made no demands, they're simply statements of fact. We all agree. I agree. CDOT agrees. Mr. Candelario specifically stated that this highway situation is a problem. The issue is it appropriate for the county to extort from me the improvements on the state highway 1 mile away? And even if that were the case, the land use code is explicit. They were notified, first of all, we know by February 11th from the report that came from planning and zoning. Again, they were notified before the initial planning and zoning gathering. The land use code plainly states, failure to respond within 21 days shall be deemed approval. So CDOT's out of this. They're irrelevant.
Just to clarify, that was on the original application. That was not on the current application that you guys are reviewing today.
So we did receive CDOT's response within 21 days.
Correct.
Which was
And
displayed.
the response was what? There were no demands made. They were very careful because I gave them the law, so they know what the law is now.
I think it says
and they
we are
did-
still waiting for a level 2 traffic assessment for County Road 37. That was their response. So they're waiting for additional information, so they
So-
can't make a ruling.
That level 2 assessment is more than $10,000. I'm already $30,000 into this, based upon false allegations. Now, I have several documents here. I don't want to.
Let me just give maybe a piece of advice to the commissioners. It sounds like Mr. Lewis has quite a bit of material that he wants to present that we have not seen before. Depending on what he presents, it may take some time for this board to go through and review these written documents. I don't want you guys to make a rush decision on this. If there is a great deal of documentation here, one option would be to continue this public hearing out to a date and time certain, give you guys an opportunity to review this documentation, and then we would come back and perhaps know exactly what we're dealing with, because it does look like we're going to have a lot of information to digest.
Here's what I ask of you. I have researched it extensively, and I think I'm prepared to respond to any of your concerns or those concerns that may arise out here.
So grab your mic again, please, sir.
Threshold issue was Mr. Haley acting in conformance with the land use code when he initially said to me, "You're in violation of the land use code. You are subject to criminal and civil penalties. You must do a subdivision or planned unit development. You cannot do a subdivision. Your houses are too close together." In response to that,
Mr. Lewis, I'm just gonna ask you, it's important that we stick with what's relevant today, and that is the application that's in front of us for a 4-lot subdivision. That's all this board's considering today.
Okay, so.
That's all we're considering.
You're also considering whether you're going to place demands on my property or whether we're going to follow through with that document that was the first step to the litigation to bring civil and criminal penalties against me. Incidentally, it was filed while the case was already before the court. There's no limit to what this man will do in terms of reinventing the truth. I have his clear statements that this property was grandfathered. Not only the rebuilt homes and all the homes
Okay,
in this area
Mr.
are.
Lewis, I'm gonna stop this right now. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you to submit all of your documents to us that you want to present. We'll continue this public hearing until a later date. I'm gonna ask Jane, do you have a date available? That way you will have given us all the documents that you want to present so that we have time to review them.
Okay. Also,
Do you have a date, Jane? Okay.
It depends if we want to put it at the end of 4 other applications on December 5th or put it on December 19th.
It might be wise to allow this one to be on a day that's not going to be as long.
Let's go with December 19th,
at
9 a.m.
So we will need a motion.
I move we continue Mr. Lewis's public hearing to December 19th at 9 a.m.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to continue this public hearing to December 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. And Mr. Lewis, if you would add all of the documents to get them submitted to us, it will be continued.
And I guess the one thing I would say, Mr. Lewis, please submit everything that you have that you want us to consider. So when we come in next time, we've reviewed everything that you have that you want this board to consider.
Okay, so I'm going to take the vote. All those in favor of continuing this to 9 a.m.,
Aye.
12:19?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So, Mr. Lewis, you do understand all of the documents that you want us to review, you will submit, correct?
There are several.
Okay.
There are several recorded documents, plat maps, that sort of thing, which are not easy for me to reproduce, but I have given the key ones already to Don, so he has those in hand, and do you share those with the folks?
Which particular documents?
No,
Mr. Lewis, what I'm going to ask is that you bring any document that you want this board to consider to Mr. Anderson, our county administrator, and he will get them to the board.
excellent.
And let's get everything that we have, that we need by the end of this week.
Okay, you'll have it today.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, what's that?
Yeah.
5 minutes, yeah, let's go ahead and give everybody about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come in here. I know that we have another one to go, so grab a drink of water, whatever you need.
Stretch
10 minutes, we'll go till, it's 10:30, 10:40. If you would all gather back around your seats, we're going to go ahead. It is 9:40. So do you want to just restate your recusal and leave then, prior to even starting this?
I guess that's,
You want him just to restate his recusal?
okay. Yeah, just open it up and then if she calls roll, I can recuse myself.
Okay. All right. Do you have the applicants here in the room, Don?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that in just a second. All right. It is time for another scheduled public hearing. Would you call the roll, please, Kim?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver.
Here.
Administrator Anderson.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. This is a rescheduled public hearing from October 31st, 2023 due to a no quorum. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for a review and determination of a proposed high-impact special use permit application submitted by Sylvina Guerrero Moore and Jeremy Moore on property located at 7134 Road 41, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 3.71 acres more or less, located south of Highway 160, east of Road 41, situated in Section 4, Township 35 North, Range 13 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, November 14, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 28th day, October 2023, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023.
All right, thank you, Kim.
At this time, I'll recuse myself since I was recused from the first hearing on this matter.
And Mr. Copenhaver, you have, you're recusing because of your proximity to the property?
Proximity to the property.
Okay, thank you.
And at the request of that property owner.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
And before we get started today, Commissioners, we'll let Commissioner Copenhaver step out and then. And so what I'd like to do, I know a lot of the people are here, and I hate to be redundant, but this is a separate public hearing. Nothing that happened earlier bears on this public hearing. So I want to give you guys an outline of the legal standards that you're going to need to look at today when you make this decision. So I would implore you guys to hone in on these important pieces, and then I would implore anybody who has public comment today to really focus on these provisions of the land use code and try to hone your public comments to these criteria, because that's what's going to weigh on the commissioners as they make their decision. So there's two aspects to this application today. There's a high impact permit and there's a special use permit. The high impact permit is what is required if this applicant wishes to exceed threshold standards set forth in the land use code. And the findings of fact and decision criteria for the high impact permit, they're found in section 2202.8 of the land use code. What you have to find is that the proposed use is in conformity with the code, that the proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, that public utilities and services are available or could be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning. And if the applicant fails to meet these decision criteria, the permit shall either be approved with conditions that ensure compliance with the criteria or denied. Obviously, the validity of any permit is contingent on continued compliance with the conditions of the high impact permit. The special use permit portion of this, special uses are something that are really set out in section 3102 of the land use code. And the purpose and objective of special use permits is to allow sufficient flexibility for special uses that may include any or all of the following uses listed below, and I'll talk about those in a minute, that are temporary or interim uses created by nature or permitted by law or regulation that have a potentially greater impact than uses by right, or are of unusual circumstance such that that use can be accommodated without the possible detrimental long-term effects that come with a change to commercial or industrial zoning, and what effects those could have on the neighborhood. Now, the special uses that our land use code outlines, section 3102 subsection B, it says said special uses include the following or similar uses, and then it outlines 14 uses. The first several are public utility type things, so water systems, sewage systems, utility facilities, oil and gas production type things, pipelines, power lines, commercial or industrial agribusiness, gravel mining, asphalt plants, concrete batch plants. Then there's a provision for communication towers. The two important special uses that are outlined that I think that the commission should really focus on today, paragraph 13 of section 3102B, it says special events including but not limited to outdoor music concerts, motorcycle rallies, off-highway vehicle events, and similar events. What is contemplated in that section is one-time type events. So in other words, an applicant could come forward and request an opportunity to host a motorcycle rally or a concert, and then they could be granted a special use permit for that. Paragraph 14 of section 3102B says a retreat or a guest ranch. And so that is a use that's outlined in the code, and that's something that you want to hone in on today. Is this use that's being asked for by this applicant, is it consistent with a retreat or a guest ranch? Why or why not? And I think that we're going to hear information on the record, and I want you guys to consider that information today when you make your decision. The final thing that you have to consider here that's of utmost importance, section 3102A, and it talks about special uses and what they can't do. They cannot create any danger to safety in surrounding areas. They cannot cause water pollution, create excessive noise, vibration, smoke, dust, odors, heat, glare, or snow storage problems. They cannot aggravate an existing wildfire hazard or create a wildfire hazard to structures on adjacent properties. They cannot aggravate an existing flood hazard or increase flood hazard to upstream or downstream properties. They also can't create geologic hazards. They cannot aggravate an existing wildlife hazard or create a wildlife hazard. And I'm not sure that we're really going to be honing in on that. I think the ones that you really need to think about today are whether this use would create any danger to safety in surrounding areas, and whether this could cause excessive noise, vibration, smoke, dust, odors, heat, glare, snow storage problems, or water pollution. So that's really the outline of the law. Do you guys have any questions?
I do not.
Okay. And then, Don, before we move forward, I just wanted to clarify one thing. On the public notice, it says that this hearing was a continuation to today because there was the lack of the quorum when this last hearing was scheduled. The hearing date for today was noticed in the paper, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we had it on the signs.
Correct.
Okay.
New signs,
Excellent.
new packets, new.
I just wanted to clarify that at the forefront so we didn't have a notice issue right out of the gate. But if the notice requirements were satisfied, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
because without a quorum, you couldn't
I
have a
understand.
motion to
Yep.
continue it, so we renoticed it.
I understand. I just wanted to be sure it was renoticed.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right, here we go. All right, Don, would you give us an overview?
Sure. So the applicants are applying for a high-impact permit, special use permit on their property on Road 41 concerning their barn residence. They are applying to hold business retreats as well as have it as a wedding center for weddings on the weekends. They can give you an overview as far as the duration and frequency of those events. There you have the access off of Road 41 to the residence, as well as their proposed parking area. They have done traffic mitigation to address that issue as best they can for the high impact permit. There's really not any other flood issues there. They have a proposal on how to conduct and mitigate and comply with the noise requirements. Planning and zoning voted 3-2 to recommend it for approval. They did have some conditions. We can cover those now or later if you'd like.
Let's go ahead and cover them right now,
Yeah.
Don.
Okay, sure. So the conditions was that signage be placed on the northbound lane at Road 41 because that is a hill that where their driveway location is, so that would be noted, and that privacy fencing around the event area and cemetery area be a priority, so that the south property line of this parcel would be fenced, separating it from the existing cemetery area, and then the signage.
2 conditions, fencing and signage.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now I'll give you the opportunity.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I was wondering if we can have the opportunity to go through the presentation really quickly
Absolutely.
again, even though you guys have heard it in July.
And so, yeah, and so just like earlier, this is a new hearing, and so
Okay.
what
New
happened in
application.
July should not be considered, so you should
Okay.
present whatever you need to
Great.
present.
Do we have that presentation?
So
later?
are you going to use your computer
Oh,
for your,
oh, how do I do that?
bear with me one second.
Okay. I can also send it. Oh, yeah. Can I just send the link to you by chance? Can I, because we have notes on here, so I don't want everyone to see my notes. Yeah, if they can just share. Yeah, we can do that. Sorry about that.
We're going to send it to you. We're going to email it to you.
To you? Or- Connecting. T. Anderson. Is that the right thing? Okay, it's sent. In space. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. So we're just going to expand on a few topics and also just fly through this presentation just so everyone is still aware of all our mitigations. Next slide. Since there was some confusion, I just want to reiterate that this is our home. We renovated the space ourselves and we live on site. So that means that we care about the tranquility and peace of this area just as much as anybody else. Next slide. And just a reminder, we're not going for huge music festivals. We're only targeting small micro weddings and retreats. Next slide. So here are the details of our application. There's really no change here, but again, this is a new hearing, so I'll go over it. We're proposing a maximum of 2 weddings per week from May to October, and we anticipate most capacity to be 30 to 50, or most number of guests to be 30 to 50, but the maximum is 60 people, and doors will close at 10 p.m. And for community events, we would have this year-round, maximum of 2 per month. Again, the capacity and the time limits are the same. So with this operational plan, we would only be using part of our house as an event venue 10% of the year. Next slide. And just a summary of all the mitigations that we've made. I'll go over this in detail. Next slide. So just as a reminder, these are the 2 spaces we'd be operating in, downstairs and upstairs. Next slide. So for the downstairs space, this is where we'd host dinners and cocktail hours. Live music will only be allowed if it can be under 70 decibels, and the total limit allowed with the crowd noise is 80 decibels. This number is average for bars and restaurants. As far as doors in the space goes, the garage door you see in this photo will always be closed, so we don't project noise into the valley. We will also be replacing north-facing windows with windows that cannot be opened. So on the south end of the barn, on the opposite side, there are barn doors that would stay open if weather allows for it. I also want to add that this space will be insulated. Next slide. So next up, the upstairs space. This is where we'll hold the main ceremony and then flip it to host a dance reception after dinner. This room is insulated, and the maximum decibel limit will be 100, although, again, most if not all events will never reach that high. That level will actually damage hearing and is highly unlikely, but we wanted to test our maximums. Next slide. So based on those 2 scenarios, downstairs at 80 decibels, with the barn doors open, and upstairs at 100, we were able to test how far the noise actually traveled. So we hired Cottonwood Consulting, and they used their calibrated decibel reader to not only measure levels at our property lines, but also at 3 of our immediate neighbors' driveways. You can see that we are well within the land use code decibel limits for all tests. And also in the handout I gave you, it has a more accurate location of the sound studies. I think this infographic here has it just a little off, so I wanted to make sure you had the most accurate locations. Next slide. To give perspective on what these numbers mean, the average taken from all our neighbors' driveways was 37.4, which is equivalent to a light rain, and it was not discernible from ambient noise in the valley. I want to add also that decibels are decibels. It is inclusive of voices talking, cheering, music, any kind of audible sound. They're not separate. Next slide. So here's how far we are from our closest neighbors. We are a football field and a half away from our nearest neighbor's residence. Next slide. Moving on to traffic mitigation, we will determine the need for our shuttle service prior to booking any event. So this requirement will be based on 2 things: number of people and the type of event. Next slide. So we have 2 scenarios: self-parking for smaller community gatherings, or other events, which I'll go into, that will require a shuttle service. There will never be an open invite to either one of these types of events. Next slide. So the first scenario is limited self-parking. So for smaller events that don't require a shuttle, we will have 15 parking spots available that will be issued along with tickets to the event, so we never go over the 15 vehicle round trip limit. So vendor vehicles will be considered and available parking goes down if vendors go up. Next slide. For the second scenario, we will require a shuttle service for all events that involve alcohol consumption or would otherwise exceed the 15 vehicle round trip limit. So depending on the number of scheduled pickups and drop-offs, we can adjust the number of vendor parking to meet the limit. And to clarify further, we as the venue would dictate the number of vendors the clients can have, not the other way around. We will vet clients who share our values, and that means any prospective clients that have extravagant vendor demands will be redirected to a bigger venue such as Purgatory or Riverbend. Next slide. Next, I want to talk about parking and light pollution. We listened to the feedback and are moving our original proposed parking area to a new parking area that's in a more wooded location. So here's a photo of the view from that new spot, as well as a bird's eye view of that parking area. As you can see, there is no sight of neighbors and trees would block any glare from headlights. Next slide. Again, here's a photo from the road and how hidden our whole operations would be. Next slide. Next up, fire mitigation. So we live on site and we take fire dangers very seriously. So we have a very clear and strict fire mitigation plan in place, including having designated smoking area and banning all fireworks, sparklers, fire pits, and campfires. Next slide. We will also be requiring an on-site chaperone. So this person would be in charge of overall supervision for every event. So everything from making sure noise limits are being met to seeing that the shuttle service is being used appropriately and everything in between. We are making sure this is a key component in our contracts, so we are able to enforce all our mitigations. Next slide, please. Okay, we will also be requiring bathroom trailers for all events, which will be serviced as needed until we upgrade our septic system. We will also strategically place these trailers close to the building so we can control the noise and the visual impact. And for licenses, they'll follow the catering businesses and bartenders that we work with. So, next slide, please. In addition to all our mitigations, we are also going to upgrade parts of our space. First being, we're going to insulate the whole downstairs area, which will help with sound even more. So the numbers you saw before in that noise study, that's going to be even better. We also plan to add an outdoor fenced-in smoking area, such as the mock-up I put there. We're also going to have clearly marked pathways and build fencing to keep guests contained within our area of the venue and away from the property line. We'll also add a gate at the entrance of our driveway to prevent additional cars from just stopping by. We'll also post no parking signs along our driveway to maintain clear access. The only recommendation, as Don said, was to add that northbound side a sign that indicates that events could be in progress, which we will add to this list as well.
Next slide, please. So after we met with our neighbors and talked about mitigations and listened to feedback, we noticed that we were still getting a lot of pushback, and we feel that a lot of it has been due to rumors and confusion over the land use code. It's common to hear phrases like spot zoning and that this will set some sort of precedent. They often bring up two unrelated cases. One was a recent application for a multi-dwelling unit on Road G in Cortez, and the other is Green Table Farm in Mancos. One was denied because it was basically trying to bypass a commercial rezoning under the guise of a PUD, and the other was denied because the plan was too broad and that more specifics were needed to mitigate potential impacts to neighbors. In contrast, we were recommended by the P&Z not only because we've mitigated for potential impacts, but also because we're in compliance with the code. I certainly don't claim to be any sort of expert, but if I understand correctly, our venue specifically falls under the special use category of the code under number 14, retreat and guest ranch, not the commercial zoning category of the code. So it's easy for someone to read the land use code a couple times and think they're some sort of expert, but if you go around with your hair on fire telling people this is illegal, then it's not surprising a lot of people are going to get scared, and therefore it's no wonder we have so many people against us. And then there's this letter of objection document, which is written as if it's some sort of legal document, but the overall majority of the claims in it have already been addressed in our mitigations. The remaining information is either inaccurate, highly exaggerated, or based on false assumptions. For example, they claim we built 2 parking lots illegally, which is completely untrue. We never built any parking lot. We don't have one on our property. And I think they've been confused by some excavation work we had done in our driveway. They also go so far as to claim that a neighbor's car was stolen because of us, because of a 20-person dinner that we held at our home some 2 months prior to that, which is absolutely absurd. And so there's just a lot of inaccurate information in that document. Next slide, please. We already talked about how this venue would help the local economy in past hearings, so we won't get into that here. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. A common phrase we hear is, "I like the idea, but it just doesn't belong here." And to that, I'd just like to ask, where does it belong? Wedding barns appeal to people precisely because they're in the countryside. It's a unique type of operation, and that's why it specifically falls under the special use part of the code, not under the commercial zoning part. Because it's just not like other commercial operations that don't fit in rural settings. Again, it's not like we're some big development or an industrial warehouse or a biker rally, etc. We're just a barn out in the country that wants to host micro weddings or micro events in our living room, and it is quite literally our living room. So then they'll say, well, you only have a few acres. That's not enough land for a wedding venue. This kind of thing belongs further out in the country on a much larger plot of land. And I would agree with that if we were a typical outdoor wedding venue, but we're not. We're an indoor micro wedding venue, and it's easy for people to forget that. And finally, they say, well, there's just no need for it. And as someone who grew up here in the area, I know that's not the case. A lot of us here actually want more options in the area, and it would be nice if we didn't have to travel outside the area to find it. Again, you can see that by the sheer number of inquiries that we've already gotten so far. The last thing I want to say is that we've heard the claim that we've somehow alienated ourselves from the community, but we don't feel that's true. We've always been open to feedback. We've tried multiple times to ask our closest neighbors to meet with us. In fact, we reached out to them just a few weeks ago, and yet for the 3rd time now they've turned us down. I'm not trying to drag anyone across the coals or anything like that. I think these people are good people. I think what happened is that we got a little ahead of ourselves in the beginning, and admittedly we made some mistakes. We didn't know anything about this process when we started, and there was a lot of learning that we had to do along the way. But we've listened to the feedback, we've done the best we can to mitigate any impact on anyone, and that's why we've been approved by the P&Z not once but twice. We've always been willing to listen and work with people, and we've been trying to have a constructive dialogue for quite some time. Next slide, please.
And then the next slide. I just want to show some excerpts from some of the support letters that were read in past hearings. No, this is a new hearing. Because we value your time, we will not be asking people to read those same letters again today. But they were here also. They had to leave because we're kind of over time. But we hope that you've seen that, yes, we have supporters. And yes, that we would be a great addition to Weber Canyon, Montezuma County, or Menkes, and Montezuma County overall. Next slide. And in conclusion, I just want to end with this summary slide for easy reference as we move into any questions you have and public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner, do you have any questions at this point in time?
No, right now, no.
Okay. All right. With seeing no questions from the commission, I would open this up for public hearing, public comment. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward to the podium. State your name and address for the record, please, prior to providing your comments. Again, I will go 30 minutes at 3 minutes, and then I will reduce it to 2. So it is 11:10.
Ready?
You may begin, sir.
My name is Dave Dove. I'm at 7823 Road 25 in Cortez, or near Cortez. A lot of you were probably here in the first hearing, so you're going to know what I'm talking about here. But the reason why 2 of the 3 of these projects, at least, are not, shouldn't be done is that they're using these workarounds called special use permits. And as Attorney McLaren clearly stated twice, those are temporary or special events. Can you have a special event every night? When I say campground, how many people think wedding chapel or retreat or guest ranch? Or when I say guest ranch, are you thinking, oh, I got to bring my camper? Of course not. Everyone knows these words, except for maybe some people. The deliberate misinterpretation of the code is going to get our butts in trouble. We're going to have a lawsuit, and I predict what happened this morning is going to lead the way in deliberately misinterpreting things. So I would ask that we stop inventing these workarounds of our land use code. These are commercial projects. These are nice people, obviously, but I think they forgot to think about, before they bought the property, that it wasn't zoned for a wedding chapel. If I lived on that road and all of a sudden I got all those extra traffic cars down there and I had kids, I'd want to move if I couldn't count on the protections of the land use code. So remember, special use permits are temporary. It's not forever, and that's what they're trying to do. So these are workarounds of the code. So why do we have a land use code if our leaders are not willing to follow it? Well, this summer on August 8th, at the BOCC meeting, Commissioner Lindsay and Copenhaver openly pondered that question and both declared that they have been approving projects that should never have been approved because they aren't in compliance with the code. And I asked earlier, if that was wrong and they knew it, then why did it happen? Can we count on it to keep happening? It seems like we can. It seems like, and we may need to make some changes here, folks, because we need leaders who do the will of the people that elect them, not things that the people don't want. We don't need to be everything to everybody. We don't need to try to attract as many people as possible here. A lot of us come here because we like it, the remoteness. But this is not what we're supposed to be protected from things. Everyone's supposed to get the equal protections under the law and under this code. So when we start approving projects based on misuse of words, we are inviting problems. I think even Dexter would agree with that one. We're inviting trouble, and we're going to get problems. And folks, mark my word, mark this day. This is going to bring us into a lot of problems, and we need to hold the people that do this to us accountable. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Thank you. Okay, so hi, my name's Jessica McIntyre, and I live at 7294 Road 41 with my husband, my 3 kids, and our farm animals. Thank you for your time, commissioners. I'm here to oppose the approval of HIP 06 2022 and SUP 05 2023. We moved our family to Weber Canyon and Mancos to live a rural lifestyle on our quiet family orchard and farm. This HIP SUP would adversely impact our family and decrease our property value, damaging our rural way of life and the noise and the visual events that we can undoubtedly see and hear from our house, and reduce the safety for our children with the traffic, with an increase in traffic on our blind hill and at the bus stop, and the number of events right next door. We heard people talking with regular voices at the applicant's wedding, the guests at their January and February unpermitted dinner events, and their Airbnb guests. I presented to you a petition with a map and summary of the 435 of your constituents that signed in opposition to this HIP SUP because of the precedent that it sets. These people that signed this know that this would change how events are permitted in the county and the danger in allowing blanket event permits in ag-res area, essentially allowing anyone to convert their residence into a high patron event venue or another type of commercial business without going through the zoning process. As the current application is written, there will be up to 75 events a year, more than 10%, and this would change the provision in the land use code from a SUP pit being appropriate for a single event to allowing blanket permit for multiple open-ended events. This would allow a commercial event business to operate without following the zoning process. This is a means to achieve spot zoning. The proposed conversion of a home to an event venue via HIP SUP with the closest possible commercial zone over 2 miles away is unfathomable. A conditional use of this magnitude is outside the limits of the special use permit. In addition, there is no mistake that this is an event venue. The applicants speak about events and this being an event venue throughout their application. Previous applications and their website. This commercial event venue business cannot be hidden behind the language of a retreat guest ranch. This is not a ranch. There are no guests staying for the night or having a retreat enjoying the ranch, and events as proposed by this application and on their website are not retreats. This is a residential property. The applicants sprinkled the word retreat throughout their application and narrative after the withdrawal of their previous application in July. Truly, the events could be anything from wild weddings, biker weddings, weed or mushroom events, parties with 60 people getting wasted, political rallies. There's really no limit to what the events could be, if permitted. The applicants themselves cannot fully control the events and guests. Also, they can fit more than 60 guests, and what's stopping them? If this is approved, what business will pop up next, not needing to follow the zoning process? Undoubtedly more event venues, and what about home restaurants and retreat bars? This would introduce a huge amount of uncertainty and unpredictability for the Montezuma County residents and the property owners. The Land Use Code, SUP, and SUP requirements fully back the decision to vote against this HIP SUP. Please do not allow this type of Land Use Code change and commercial event venue in an ag-res neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, can I start?
Name and address, please.
My name is Renee Feigenbaum. I live on 41269 Road G. I'm here to address the impact of noise in our neighborhood. The applicants had hired Cottonwood Consulting to test operational noise levels to be compliant with code. I have a question regarding these tests. What were the operational noises they tested? This test did not mimic an actual operational scenario for an event, and thus is invalid for the purpose of testing an event center. I am curious if a sound would stay within threshold of compliance with the addition of people, of up to 60 people, of vehicles, the shuttle vehicles, of music, people going in and out to use the portable bathrooms because the septic tank or the septic system does currently not support having a septic indoors. As well, and keep in mind the venue is only 60 feet from the neighboring property. During the sound test, Mrs. McIntyre could hear music from her deck. And in the first 2 years of the Moore's residence at 7134 Road 41, the McIntyres, Clara Martinez, as well as John Davis, could hear drums coming from the residence. Clara Martinez lives at least 1,070 feet away with a forest in between and a little more than 3 football fields away. John Davis's house is 750 feet away and over the blind hill. I share this because we live in a unique valley and sound travels. This sound test, again, is not representative of how an actual event will impact the surrounding neighbors. And 10 p.m. multiple nights a week will be a disturbance to all of us who have families. Cars driving from vendors, shuttles, people going in and out, again, and people are all decibels that were not measured in the sound test. I ran into one of my neighbors in town one day who approached me and asked if we had had a gathering that month at our house because they had heard acoustic music very clearly from our property. And we had, in fact, for my husband's 40th birthday party. This neighbor lives approximately a half a mile away from us. That's 2,640 feet. Again, sound travels in our valley, and the sound test is not going to reflect the disturbance that multiple events will bring to the surrounding neighbors. Bottom line, this event center poses a danger to the peaceful life many of us have sought in this agricultural valley, as well as an infringement upon the zoning that currently exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, I'm Katie McClure. My address is 6554 Road 41. We live just south of Weber Hall. I live in Weber Canyon in Montezuma County because I love, want to be part of, and do what I can to preserve the rural character here. I'm here to speak about the significant adverse impacts of increased dangers and decreased predictability that Weber Hall brings to Weber Canyon related to traffic and the rural character. To the north, south, and west of Weber Hall live over a dozen kids between the ages of 0 and 14. This includes my 10 and 7-year-olds. They are friends with the McIntyre's 3 kids, Feigenbaum's 2 kids, Kelly and Nathan's kid, and 5 other kids north of McIntyre's. They are at the age where they can walk and ride bikes to each other's houses and to school or to the park, or to babysit the younger kids, or get in all sorts of fun trouble. We love the canyon and love teaching them to be safe and stay out of the way of the cattle trucks and tractors. We love that they know so many of their neighbors who keep an eye on them. We love that they want to ride their bike to and from school. 41 is also a regular training ground, as you can see in the picture, for the Mancos School District sports teams. Students regularly run the road, parents with strollers regularly walk, people from town regularly walk or run or cycle on that road. Weber Hall may have a shuttle for guests, but guests are only one part of the wedding. I'm still afraid of the traffic danger associated with all the vendor and family trips before and after every wedding, the reception, and the community events. The wedding parties, photographers, porta potty delivery and pickups, floral delivery, the caterer's arrival and departure, the servers and bartenders' arrivals and departures, the officiant, the setup and cleanup crews, elderly who can't take the shuttle don't seem real optional. These are estimated to be conservatively 25 round trips. That's 50 vehicles driving by per event day. All of this twice a week, not temporary, not one time, all summer long. This sure seems to create an increased risk to the safety of the citizens of Montezuma County. Navigating the impacts of cattle drives and ag trucks are things we could predict happening while living here. Navigating the impacts of all of these vehicle trips and related danger related to regular events for a single commercial business using a special use permit to operate events over and over and over all year long was never something our families could predict about living here. It's going to change our rural character. It's going to change our way of life. Finally, again, it seems you are fully backed and supported by the codes and regulations and the active support of the equivalent of a third of the Mancos population to deny the application based on increased danger, inappropriate use of a special use permit, and decreased predictability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Nathan McIntyre. I live at 7294 Road 41. Thank you, commissioners, and good morning. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak out in opposition to the proposed development. I mentioned I live next door with my wife and kids. Our property is adjacent to the proposed wedding and event venue on the north and west sides. I'm here to speak about the location of the proposed venue and why it isn't appropriate to have a high-impact, high-traffic commercial event business there. The property is surrounded by ag res zone properties, and it's an active agricultural area with lots of people living there with families, including myself. The house where the applicants intend to hold weddings and other events is only 60 feet from my property line. We have an orchard and a farm with livestock. The driveway of the proposed venue is only 10 feet away from my property line. Truck traffic to deliver toilets, that by itself will exceed noise thresholds standards, according to studies done by the City of San Diego. I don't believe any of the traffic in and out or people outside of the venue talking was covered in the noise tests. The property and the house are both very visible to us and our neighbors and to anyone on Road 41. So I've shared some pictures with you of the venue from across Road 41 at a neighbor's house, from Road 41, and then from my fence line. And as you can see, it's a very visible property. Furthermore, as has been mentioned, the property is on a blind hill. Northbound traffic on 41 can't see people coming in and out of the property. That creates a safety hazard. The property sits on the edge of the last bit of pinyon juniper forest in the area. So that area burned in 2008. And that pinyon juniper forest connects to my property and to several of my neighbors' properties and including some people's houses. So I don't believe that this doesn't exacerbate a wildfire hazard. The house is situated in a natural amphitheater. Noise travels very well, as has been mentioned. Noise is very, very noticeable to us and to many of our neighbors. The area of the proposed venue is currently dark and quiet at night. We hear cows and dogs barking, and that's about it. It would be a major change to the area to have multiple 60-plus person gatherings a week coming and going as late as 10 p.m.
Okay, sir, your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm a little shorter than many people, I guess. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Cindy Gray, and I live at 6931 Road 41, resident of Weber Canyon since 1976. I own and live at the Gray Orchard, formerly the Decker Homestead, one of the oldest and earliest in the area, still an active orchard. I know we're not supposed to take shots at the applicants, and I'm not, but there is a clarification that needs to be made. There was an article published yesterday in the Journal, which you may or may not have read, that featured the applicants, and one of the things that they mentioned was a homeowners association, which obviously we are not. Who we are a community of neighbors, of families and individuals, constituents of these commissioners before whom we stand, and we are united in our need and our desire to protect our precious rural, residential, and agricultural neighborhood, Weber Canyon, from an intrusive commercial development. To us, that's what this is. The applications for a special use permit and a high impact permit currently before this commission is exactly that, a proposal for a commercial operation and not a temporary one, as the land use code specifies for these types of permits. This is not temporary. This is their ongoing operation. This is not a retreat or a guest ranch. This is an event venue. Despite changing the term in a few instances in their presentations, which you have seen, and their website and their literature, the preponderance of references in all of that literature are still to an event venue with no discernible end. The description of the proposed activities that they have put out in all of their literature are not consistent with a retreat or a guest ranch, but rather an event venue. And it's not temporary, it is an ongoing operation. The Montezuma County Land Use Code, as currently written, does not allow for nor support such a commercial activity with an unlimited number of events and an open-ended term. It just is not there. That would require the commercial rezoning process, which would be appropriate, except that there is no commercial zoning in this area. This is definitely the rural type of life that the Land Use Code was created to protect for Montezuma County. We have a concern that, well, let me go on here. Others have and will address, do I have another minute? Really? Already?
No.
This is one of your shorter ones,
Your
guys.
3 minutes is up.
Okay, ill-advised attempt to circumvent the need for commercial zoning for this type of operation. Summary. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good morning, almost. Craig McClure, 6554 Road 41. Thank you for your time. I know there are a lot of us. It's because this is important. I'd like to cite directly from the County Land Use Code and the Code of the West. Section 3 of the Code of the West states the property There are many issues that can affect your property. It's important to research these items before purchasing land. The narrative that the applicants are victims of their neighbors restricting their land use or dreams just isn't true. We're asking the current code be honored as it is a legal and social contract we all agree to in purchasing land. The land use code is clear and has not changed since they purchased their land. If we look at section 3101.2, I want to cite two objectives of the land use code that are pertinent here. First, landowner choice and responsibility. Landowners will have the opportunity to make informed choices about the future of their land while having the responsibility to abide by the standards of the code. Section E, to establish neighborhood goals and cooperation. The opportunity will be provided for neighbors to work together to plan for the future of their neighborhood. This is what we're doing here. We're not an unruly mob. We're not unrealistic. We have a greater than critical mass of Weber Canyon saying no. We are the neighbors, we are the neighborhood, and we have the right to determine the future of our neighborhood. To the specifics of the application, this application is an attempt to create a commercial business couched as a renovated barn to operate in a location where it's not compliant with land use code, nor allowable under a SUP as defined in section 3102. The house, now called Weber Hall, was constructed as a residence in the style of a barn dominium. In fact, there's another house on Road H nearby with exactly the same floor plan, built by exactly the same builder as a house. The applicants stated in their own narrative they decided to, quote, convert their residence to host commercial events after hosting their own wedding. This is not an old barn. It's not part of the history or character of the valley. It's a residence. And as such, section 3102 states that any use outside the right would include, and the attorney has outlined them, so I'm not going to read all 14, it could only fall under numbers 13 and 14. 13, special events. Special events are for a one time. They're not for 2 events every weekend, 2 events during the week, 52 weeks a year. The only other applicable would be number 14, a guest ranch. This isn't a guest ranch. This is clear. It's on less than 5 acres, has no ranching or farming, no overnight lodging, no installed facilities for waste or sanitation, and if it were even deemed a guest ranch, events as large as 60 people would still require a SUP for every event. In the SUP application, I want to highlight that it says directly, nothing in this application is intended to abrogate any policy, design guideline, or standard as set forth in the land use code. We, the residents of Weber Canyon and beyond in the town of Mancos, believe you, the commissioners, are fully backed and supported by the codes and regulations to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Sally Dezek. I reside at 191 Railroad Ave in Mancos. I'm actually reading a letter on behalf of someone else, Dr. Charles Riggs and Blythe Morrison, at 41631 Road H.25. We write this letter in enthusiastic support of Jeremy and Sylvina Moore's high impact and special use permit application for their proposed Weber Hall community venue. We had the opportunity to visit their home on Tuesday, June 7th, and they welcomed our many questions about their business plan, including concerns about traffic, parking, and noise. We were impressed with the steps that the property owners have taken to address the various concerns they've received. We were encouraged by the numerous ways in which they intend to control noise, keep the number and impact of vehicles on and around the property at a minimum. Given their serious consideration of the community's concerns and the various mitigative steps they've taken, we are convinced that this business will provide a positive contribution to the Mancos community. As Mancos residents who live on Road H.25, just off Road 41, we are satisfied that there will be no significant impact to the route beyond normal disruptions we already use. For example, periodic cattle drives, large funerals at Cedar Grove Cemetery, high school cross-country practice, and the annual 5K. As members of the Mancos community, we believe that we are all at our best when we help one another and we recognize the importance of personal freedom. Freedom to do with our land as we wish, provided it does not harm anyone else. Freedom to pursue entrepreneurial enterprises at the many businesses, farms, and freedom to pursue entrepreneurial enterprises as the many businesses, farms, and ranches in the area already do and continue to do so. In fact, it is our strong belief that the purpose of a community is to provide support, encouragement, and help for all its members. We appreciate that Jeremy and Sylvina continue to take the concerns of the community seriously, and we hope that their high impact and special use permit is granted. Should this be approved, they are going to be under extreme scrutiny from their neighbors, and should they slip up, it's going to be revoked anyway. Just give them a chance. They have demonstrated a clear commitment to the small farms and businesses of Mancos and responded to community concerns in a proactive manner. Respectively, Dr. Charles Riggs and Blythe Morrison.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, Susan Lysak, 27933 Road P in Dolores. I'm also the director of the Dolores Chamber of Commerce, and so part of my job is to help businesses and to help bring businesses into the community. And I know how hard it is to attract new businesses into Montezuma County. We do live in a rural area, and I understand how some of the neighborhood could be impacted and what their concerns are. But it's also hard when new businesses are trying to come in and they're trying to become creative on how they're going to be opening. And with limited transportation options to get goods out, the more successful businesses are the ones that are able to bring in outside money instead of recycling the existing money that just comes in. And so weddings and retreats are one way that can bring in outside money. You're going to be bringing in family, you're going to be bringing in friends from out of town, you're going to be bringing in business retreats that don't necessarily reside in Montezuma County. So the incidental spend that happens when you bring in outside money, they're going to be hitting restaurants, they're going to be hitting grocery stores, they're going to be getting gas, they're going to be getting other things, and they're going to be spending money in Montezuma County. And so this is how also some businesses survive off-season, because if you are not prepared for the winters in Montezuma County and how tourism just basically declines almost 90%, your business is not going to survive. And so we need to attract those kind of businesses that can bring in that outside money. And they're also helping other businesses survive. They're bringing in caterers who survive off of doing events in Montezuma County. They're bringing in photographers. They're bringing in wedding planners. They're bringing in jobs to help support their events. So this also helps the local economy. So if they're in compliance with all of the requirements, if they've worked to mitigate any of the negative impacts that their neighbors are concerned about, they've met the P&Z conditions, so then, in my opinion, Weber Hall should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Matthew Slade Decker, 24 Texas Street, Cortez, Colorado, 81321. You need my phone number as well?
No.
So I was going to speak in opposition for my sister Sarah Decker and my father Kenneth Lee Decker. Both were residents of the Mancos Valley. My dad's a third-generation farmer. I'm a fourth-generation farmer. I grew up in the area. My sister Sarah and my dad's letters are both on record with Ms. Purcell. I appreciate the applicant's entrepreneurial spirit. I appreciate their willingness and desire to live in the Mancos Valley. The biggest issue for me, which hasn't been spoken of yet, and that's why I decided to come up here, is the heritage, cultural, religious aspect of it. For me to call this venue Weber Hall, it acknowledges the history of the place, to take advantage of that for a commercial purpose without acknowledging the religious and historical value of the place. Weber Hall was not just a social gathering place, it was a temporary chapel, so religious services were held there, and anybody familiar with the LDS culture knows that we don't drink, we don't smoke, we don't do any of those things, and to call it Weber Hall is culturally insensitive, in my opinion. I'm not opposed to the commercial value of it, as the lady from Dolores there mentioned. I'm not opposed to bringing new life and excitement to the area, although I know there are a lot of residents that appreciate their solitude there, and I respect that. And What I am opposed to is the naming of the venue as Weber Hall. You know, like I said, there's a cemetery there. We haven't even talked about folks going to visit family members that are buried there. My brother is buried there. My grandparents are both buried there. I plan to be buried there. You know, I don't think the dead will mind the parties, you know, they really don't care, but the folks who go there to visit their people, you know, would like to have a quiet time to do so. So, in my opinion, if we can figure out a way to mitigate that and respect that, maybe a little name change, a little something there, or acknowledgement of the religious historical value of the place, and perhaps you know, planning for the noise, maybe notification, or folks can let them know, hey, I plan on visiting the cemetery. Can we maybe, you know, are you having an event? You know, something like that to that effect would be appreciated. Like I said, this is not an exclusive community. I don't think anybody here that spoke wants nobody else to move into the area. I think we just want everybody to understand the culture that is there, the peace and tranquility that people seek when they're there, and that's all I got to say. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, it is 11:41. I will change the time limit to 2 minutes now, and we will proceed.
Thank you for your time. Mike Nolan, 41095 Road G. Just want to start off with the thing, you know, Manka's whole slogan is where the West still lives. And I find that what this application is doing is utilizing that to its full extent, at the same time potentially destroying it, in my opinion. So one other thing I kind of want to get out of the way too is being brought up about Green Table Farm applying 5 years ago for this. There was a quote from Commissioner Pope at the time that says, "I can't support blanket high impact permit for multiple events. Our system is designed to consider one event at a time." So this is where I'm a little bit confused about how we can have a blanket hit, blanket sup that can give 75 events in the course of a year, adding noise pollution, traffic, all this sorts of stuff to the community. One other thing I really want to touch upon too that was brought up earlier is the fact that clearly I am not, and other residents of this canyon, in the Weber Canyon, I'm not here to subsidize other businesses through noise, traffic, and all this stuff. You know, the hotels and other things in town, the other restaurants and other business stuff, it's not, these negative effects of this shouldn't be put on my back for the neighbors to subsidize their business in order for them to make money, especially when I find this to be completely outside of the land use code. Even stated in land use code, you know, under 2101.2, one of the big things in there that is, when it comes to general purpose of permit regulations, is to ensure to the maximum extent practicable, the growth will pay for itself, and that the present residents do not have to subsidize new growth and development. I'm having just in general a really hard time trying to understand how this actually fits in, because I feel like it is basically subverting commercial rezoning. We know that spot zoning is illegal in the state of Colorado. Initially, when they applied for this, and their application has not changed that dramatically, they knew it was a commercial operation out of the gate. So if this gets greenlit, we're basically saying that it's okay to put a commercial operation in an agri-residential neighborhood, and I find that completely inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Wesley Rivera, 38626 County Road H. And I will be speaking more on the safety issues I notice, and I will present my credentials. I've been in the medical field over 40 years. I do have my own business. I am certified public health nurse and forensic nurse, and I do go and assess jails, prisons, and commercial buildings for safety. And I did grow up in Mancos. So I went out Friday just to acquaint myself. The driveway, one vehicle can get in. I have a Jeep, it's 14 feet long. To do a 3-point turn to back out, I had to go, if there was a yellow line, I had to go past it. That to me presents a danger. If there was a medical emergency, there is no way that an ambulance or a fire truck or anything could get on this property, turn around, and safely help whoever needs it. The other issue is I did not see any fire sprinklers. I don't know if those are there or not, or any fire mitigation inside. The staircase was a big red flag. They are saying that will be serving alcohol. I do work in jails, prisons, and mental health hospitals with a lot of addictions. As we know, when people start drinking, they don't use good sense. One tumbled down those stairs. I did not see evidence of an elevator. The bathroom situation is not ADA. What are you going to oppose anybody who's in a wheelchair or needs extra help? And their own pictures on their website show the entrance with just dirt and rocks, which is also not ADA acceptable. They said their mitigation is a van. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I've been to functions where people start drinking and get mad, and they want to leave now. They don't want to have to wait for the group to get the van and move. So I think that is kind of a frivolous mitigation. That's just me. The other thing I noticed, there is no load limits. Yes.
Your time is also up.
Okay, sorry. Well, I'm just saying I don't think this is a safe venue, and to say they're living there and turning their front room into a venue, I don't even think that's appropriate, and I don't know the legality on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm John Davis. I own and live at 7031 Road 41, which shares a property corner with 7134 Road 41. Because of this, starting over a year ago, I have now received 5 legal notifications from the county regarding the applications for a wedding event venue at 7134 Road 41. Other than a few subtle changes, the applications state the same things, and some are completely inaccurate and false. Line 6 states that barbed wire fencing is adequate to keep out livestock. It is not, and has never been adequate from the start. The fencing on the south side next to the cemetery is down and has been for years. The fence on the east side bordering the Nelson property is down in many places also and has been for years. The cemetery property fences have been down for years, not at the grave sites. So livestock can easily get to 7134 property from Road 41 or anywhere from the Nelson property, whose fences are down on the cemetery boundary and on several other parts of their property. See the pictures. Lines 16 and 17 state that fire and wildfire protection is in compliance, stating that vegetation around the space is sparse and well maintained. An inspector found the property compliant for wildfire mitigation, maybe a year ago. There are down tree limbs, dry grass, brush, and dead wood pieces on the ground, some visible from Road 41. See the pictures of the fencing showing dead wood on the ground. What about a house fire or a vehicle fire or a medical emergency during one of their proposed events? I have a letter from the fire department in Mancos. Someone else will read it for me. 7134 has consistently and inaccurately answered questions on their application and cannot be trusted to follow any county regulations or laws because of their lip service attitude. I am against allowing the high impact and special use permits on 7134 Road 41. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amarina Lee Martinez. I live at 613 North Beach Street. I grew up on 7340 Road 41 and currently work there part-time, and my family currently resides there. I'm reading a letter from the Mancos Fire Protection District to the Board of County Commissioners. We would like to offer our concerns regarding the Montezuma County High Impact Permit application and special use permit application presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on September 14th by Sylviana Guerrero Moore and Jeremy Moore. This permit references parcel ID 5649044000022, located at 7134 Road 41, Mancos, Colorado. Our concern is that no one from the Planning and Zoning Commission nor the property owners have contacted Mancos Fire Protection District for our input with regard to this permit. We wanted to bring this oversight to the attention of the Board of County Commissioners as you consider granting this permit. Sincerely, Tony Aspromonte, Chief, Mancos Fire Protection District. I'd just like to add one statement from myself. The Moores have tested impacts of sound and claim that party noise levels will be negligible for neighbors. I have concerns about this claim because my family's home is less than a quarter mile from the Moores' house as the crow flies. Deer Hill is 3 times as far from our house, and we can hear when they ring the dinner bell. If we can hear a dinner bell from across the valley, we will certainly be able to hear parties every week from less than a quarter mile away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. Josh Mischke, 542 East 5th Street, Durango, Colorado. I grew up in Montezuma County and do about 80% of my business here, and I do support this application as a business person. I see both sides of the argument, and it's a tough decision. I think the 2 major things that we need to consider here is what they're trying to do here legal? You know, is it going by the code? It sounds like it is, and if it's legal, it needs to be approved. And they've done a lot of mitigation. You can't foresee everything that's going to go wrong. There always will be a few things going wrong that can be further mitigated, but they should at least be given a chance to do this. And if they're not able to do the mitigations, then their permit should be revoked. But I think they should have the right to operate a business if it's under the law and in compliant with the codes. Thank you, commissioners, and Attorney McLaren.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Jennifer Magnuson. I reside at 7587 Road 40.3 in Memphis. It's off of Road H in Weber Canyon. Applicants say that their 15-passenger shuttle van is a solution to increase traffic, road hazards, parking capacity, and intoxicated drivers, but they have yet to fully address where people will park to get on that shuttle, vaguely referring to people parking at their lodging in town. What about locals whose lodging is, or people whose lodging is a short-term rental in Dolores, a motel in Cortez or Durango? Does limited street parking in town suddenly become annexed by the applicant's business? Even if they get a place for everyone to park and board the shuttle, they plan on hosting events with up to 60 guests, not including vendors and staff. Shuttling 60 people to and from town to their location in Weber Canyon would take conservatively 30 minutes per round trip and 4 round trips. So 2 hours on each end of the event just for transportation, and that's with very efficient loading and unloading. Realistically, between 4 to 6 hours, 30 to 50% of their proposed operating hours for every 60-person event would be spent shuttling guests back and forth. What about guests who need to leave early or want to leave early before a party is over? Is the shuttle going to run every individual back when they want to leave? That significantly increases vehicle trips. Then there's the noise. The applicants like to talk about the noise study and how the decibels detected at the property line were indistinguishable from noise in the valley. The noise study didn't include folks milling around, talking, laughing outside while they're waiting for restrooms or the shuttle or getting fresh air, but that sound carries as well. Then there's the noise of vehicles arriving and leaving and the vendors loading and unloading, probably hours before the 10 a.m. opening and the 10 p.m. closing. They say there won't be any additional lights around the exterior of the property, but won't exterior lights be needed for people to find their way to portable toilets or for the vendors to pack up? With the dark skies in the area and the high value placed on that, this additional light pollution would be troubling, and the claims of no additional lights are unrealistic when it comes to the kind of operation they plan to run. The mitigations to all the neighbors' concerns might sound good on paper, but the reason we're here still speaking against this disruptive proposal is that none of these mitigations are feasibly transferable from concept to reality when it comes to the types of events they want to host at this location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Elsa Van Bücher, 40310 Road G. I want to highlight the possibility of conflicts between proposed commercial venture in close proximity to agriculture and residential endeavors. So I'm really thinking that selling the romance of country will probably appeal to town and city dwellers more than people that already live in the country. So we're looking at meeting the reality of dust, noise, mud, distressed animals. Can you imagine a retreat and branding going on at the same time. That would be difficult and could really mess things up for both parties, I imagine. Who deals with conflicts like that after permission would be granted? Residents have informed me that they have already lodged complaints addressing non-compliance with the regulatory process, misinformation and non-approved actions. I wonder if dialogue and cooperation between the venture and the residents has somehow been so very unsuccessful, and if that predicts the future about how adversarial can this all get.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Magnuson. I reside at 7587 Road 40.3 in Weber Canyon. We're about a mile and a half from the proposed event venue. We would like to address the issue of alcohol being served at this proposed event venue, as the applicants are requesting an approval for a special use permit, high impact permit. These are basically for a one-time use. So this brings up the question as to whether an application for a special event liquor license would also need to be submitted, then approved by the county per event or per wedding. And that would require another round of hearings, 30-day notices, 10-day notices, etc. Aside from the need to get an individual special event liquor license for each event, it is our understanding from the sheriff's office that the applicants would also need to apply for a liquor license for the actual location of the proposed wedding and event venue. In other words, the applicants would not be able to piggyback on the liquor license that a carrier, either local or otherwise, may hold in order to serve alcohol at this venue's location, such as they did when they hosted 2 dinners at the location without the proper permits earlier this winter. This issue has not been fully addressed in the applicant's application and is yet another reason why we are adamantly opposed to this event venue being allowed to move forward, given the danger and increased risk of drunk driving incidents on Road 41 in Weber Canyon. And personally, I work in the event business, the event planning business, and I know most of the time everyone is very compliant with rules as stated, but I've learned there's a significant amount that will either bend, break, or just ignore the rules. So I see these mitigations of making everyone ride in a shuttle van if there's alcohol being served, and they've said they're going to have cocktail hours. You know, there's still going to be people that are going to flaunt that, and that's where the danger lies into why this would not work in Weber Canyon. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Dan Peterson, and I don't live in Mancos. I live in McElmo Canyon, and I'm assuming this will be a county-wide approval of this proposal. So I think it's important that I'm here to say that my big concern is the amount of noise and the amount of traffic that it could create. I know where I'm living now, when the motorcycles are going up and down Road G, it's quite loud. I live at the base of a big bluff, and it's different than Mancos in that the noise bounces back and forth from the highway. So I'm saying I'm not in favor of approval of this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Marcia Goodwin. I live at 8966 Road 41 in Mancos, and I have the privilege of reading a letter from Scott Midgley and Christine Schwank at 8370 Road 41, Mancos, in objection to HIP 06-2022 for the operation of a commercial event venue at the property known as 7134 Road 41, Mancos. Dear Commissioners, we wish once again to express our strong opposition to the approval of the above referenced application for the many reasons already expressed by numerous individuals who have joined in the opposition to the approval of the application. Most importantly, from our perspective, it is the fact that the subject application for the special use permit to operate a commercial wedding and event venue is nothing more than a thinly disguised attempt to pursue a spot commercial zone designation for authorization to conduct a full-scale commercial enterprise that otherwise is not permitted and should not be permitted in the subject location. It is an attempt to skirt the Montezuma County Land Use Code and Colorado law to obtain the necessary approval to operate a commercial business within the current residential agribusiness zoning designation of the lands located in Weber Canyon area. In our opinion, the special use permit under the Land Use Code never was intended to provide blanket authorization to conduct a continuing stream of multiple events, commercial or otherwise. Rather, it was intended solely as a process to obtain approval to conduct a single event. The approval of the subject special use permit to conduct multiple commercial events on an ongoing basis will have long-standing negative impacts on those of the Weber Canyon residents who operate farms, ranches, and related agribusinesses and who otherwise enjoy the peaceful rural way of life in the Weber Canyon area. The proposed special and high-impact uses would not provide any net benefit to the neighborhood or to the persons who reside in the area surrounding the subject property. The proposed uses would only provide a financial benefit to the applicants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna, how many more by a show of hands do I have public comment? 2?
5.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take those 5 and then we're gonna recess for lunch. So I will take those 5 right now. Thank you.
My name's Delaney Dillon, 40146 Road J, Mancos, Colorado. We've never met. You seem like very nice people. It's good to meet you. I'm a 6th generation Coloradan. I'm a 5th generation Mancosite, or in this valley. My family owns ranches and farms all over the area, generationally. My statements today don't come from xenophobia or defiance against change. I've worked in the restaurant industry and the tourist industry for a very long time, since I was 14. I understand the value. However, statements like, we're tossing around statements such as, sorry, these zoning, sorry, I'm a little nervous today, I apologize. I haven't spoken in public since high school, so. Spot zoning, and then also setting precedents. You're saying we're throwing around these terms. Spot zoning, this allegation typically arises where the community is considering the rezoning of a single lot or small parcel of property held by a single owner, and the rezoning will permit land uses not available to the adjacent property. Courts commonly note that this underlying question is whether the zoning decision advances the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So these things are important to talk about today because they're very relevant to us in the community, and I think the public is speaking on that. Excuse me, I'm having a little bit of anxiety, so I'm going to step away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Travis Simmel, 41336 Canyon Road H, Mancos. By approving any part of this would set a dangerous precedence for our community and all Montezuma County residents for future high-impact invasions. This last attempt is nothing more than a workaround to operate a commercial event venue business without commercial zoning. The facts are, the Moors have incorrectly chosen to put a commercial endeavor in an ag residential zone area smack dab in the middle of the most populated area in Weber on less than 4 acres, and it simply doesn't belong there. Also, the mitigations that they have talked about I don't think are realistic and almost impossible to enforce. I think that the intentions are the same from the beginning, that they look to operate a commercial venue in an agricultural residential neighborhood. Over 130 people that live down Weber have signed the petition, and I just deeply disapprove of the approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning.
Good
Scott
morning.
Fowler, 374 Sagebrush Trail, Durango. So I don't live in Weber Canyon. However, I do have people buried there at that cemetery, so I visit from time to time. And it seems that what needs to be focused on here is this a retreat? And what can be allowed to happen at a retreat? Can people host a wedding there? And if so, then this should be approved. I'm speaking in support of this. It seems like they've done a lot to mitigate and are willing to work with the neighbors, and should just be allowed the chance, because this is something that can be revoked if they don't meet the conditions, right? So, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Clara Martinez. I live at 7340 Road 41 in Mancos, Colorado. I am going to read some excerpts from an expert attorney in land use who we have consulted on the matter, Paul Kosnick. Thank you. The SUP application is not permissible under the current zoning for the property. While special use permits are allowed conditional uses under the AR 39 zone, the proposed use of the property is not permitted under section 3102 of the code. A list of permissible uses allowed under a special use permit does not include a use as an event venue. See applicant's narrative. An event venue is not in the same or similar to a retreat guest ranch, which is an allowed use under the special use permit. An event venue can allow for weddings, motorcycle rallies, music festivals, political rallies, and countless other types of commercial events for an unrestricted number of days. The code allows for a SUP for single special events, so allowing for numerous undefined special events at a property in perpetuity cannot be considered the same or similar as a retreat guest ranch. It makes no sense that an applicant wanting to hold a special event could obtain permission to hold countless events of any type simply because the applicant and county referred to the use as a retreat guest ranch. Thus, a special use application allowing for unlimited special events at an event venue should be denied. And to the extent the merits of the SUP application can be considered, approval of the SUP application would be arbitrary and capricious. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I had one more.
Hi, my name is Sharon Kraft. I live at 636 Riverside Avenue, Mancos, Colorado. I have three grandchildren who live at 7294 Road 41 next to the proposed wedding venue. I would like to read a letter, a formal objection letter. Dear Montezuma County Board Commissioners, our name is Max and Linda Ash, and we live at 41136 Road H, Mancos, 83123 81328. We understand and appreciate that the Montezuma Board of County Commissioners works to balance the interests of the residents and businesses in the county. There is no doubt that you have a tough job. We are writing as Montezuma County residents to express our concern with HIP 06-2022 and SUP 05-2023. Approving SUP 05-2023 and HIP 06-2022 gives permission for commercial business ag/res zoned property in a residential and agricultural area. Allowing these permits for many events allows the operation of an event venue, which is a commercial business. A conditional use of this magnitude is outside the limits of the special use permit. Approving SUP 05-2023 and HIP 06-2022 would degrade the predictability of Montezuma County residents have their property values and property rights. This is not a small home-based business with low or to no impact to the neighborhood, neighbors, and the rural character of the area. 60 people events on a regular basis would have an inordinate impact on the rural, agricultural, and residential. Is it over?
But please submit the letter.
I did.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. With that, that was all the hands that were raised for public comment. We are. We will come back. We are just going to recess right now for an hour. So yes, we will all come back. It's 12. Basically 12:11, 1:15. We'll be back in here, and we will come back. I just stopped at those 5 for now. We will reconvene at that point in time. So 1:15, 13:15.